I just kept my headphones off because it was really distracting to hear you talk in real time, but also the lag talk.
Yeah.
So I just left my headphones off, and then I would parrot questions to you as I read them. But everyone's like, "This music's so good," and I'm like, "I wish
It
I
is.
knew
The
the
music is
music."
pretty good. Here, let's start things off with a kitty. Everybody loves a kitty cat.
Everyone loves kitty
Everyone loves
cats.
Amy. We're gonna start this off with Amy time. Hey, Amy. Oh, oh, it's Amy. She's so soft, everybody. She is the softest thing known to humanity. It it's amazing. Can you hear her purr? Yeah. Yeah. All right, Amy. All right, Amy. Amy time is best time. You hear that? People are already saying Amy time is best time. Okay, so we're gonna finish up Doom tonight. We're starting. Actually, I guess we're not starting that much. Or wait, no, I guess we're starting like 2 hours later than I normally would. But we've only got about 2 hours left in the game, so it'll be fine. It'll be fine. We suspect. So okay, the question is Amy going to be an ultra long hair when fully grown? We suspect that this is basically how long her hair is going to get. That she's just going to get kind of bigger. um we don't know how big, but no, we think that this is how long her hair is going to be, or at least proportionally, like that she's gonna look like this, that this is basically her adult look at this point. And we do still have, yeah, Clover. We still have Clover. We've got the white hedgehog. She's upstairs. She's still a grumpy butt. Um, and Amy is gonna, no, no, you're not gonna bite that cable. Are you gonna come down? Do you want to come down? You want to come down, or do you want to wrestle with my hand? You kind of want to sit on my shoulder and wrestle and just swat at stuff, don't you? Yeah, I have looked. So Blake Beal says I looked up the history of ragdolls. You should look it up. The lady that created the breed was colorful. Yes, that is putting it lightly. It's a fairly new breed, and the lady who came up with it was a bit of a character. And we were actually joking a couple days ago about, it's like, oh, should we try to get her registered? And it's like, one, no, because cat breeding programs or pedigree programs are kind of awful. And two, when it comes to ragdolls, there's like three different ones, because there was the original lady who did it. She started an association completely separate from like the mainline cat breeding programs, because they were all like frou frou about admitting a new breed. And so some other people were like, fine, we'll just come up with our own. And then after the like copyright on the breed name Ragdoll expired, like another one started, and it was, yeah. And and also, yeah, she was really kind of weird. And where are you going, Amy? What are you doing? What are you doing? You're falling down behind me. All right, you gonna sit there? Surprise! There's a cat right behind me. You can't. Well, you can see her now. You couldn't see her earlier, but okay. I think she's here. I will help you down so that you don't just do some crazy move. There you go. All right. All right. Um and I think cuz we I think because we started a little bit late, we're just gonna roll into this. So we for those who weren't here last week, we went from the beginning through to the cyber demon, and now we've just got to go through basic. We've just got to go through hell. We're more or less maxed out on our upgrade streams, so we're not gonna do too much secret hunting. A little bit, just because it's fun. But otherwise, we're gonna kind of just burn this sucker down. So that is the wrong button on my end. how are ragdolls in terms of dander? Dander-wise, she's been fine so far, and the breed is considered to be pretty good as far as dander is concerned. They obviously shed, and they are longer hair, so like shedding's an issue, but dander seems to be less of an issue so far. And just give me it's probably going to take me a sec just to remind my hands what buttons I need to hit. So if we stand and listen to this, it's basically the devil recounting how Doomguy is like an eternal menace to hell. Stuck it. Superhero landing. Okay. Shotgun ammo. Let's... Maybe not blow all of that ammo. Ah. See, now that said, that right there would have actually been a great time to have used the railgun purely because they were lined up right behind each other, and I don't need the other. So this was actually a secret that eluded me. I didn't want to look it up, but if we go and look through here, like, there's an upgrade bot on the other side of that fence, but I could never figure out how to get it. I actually didn't want to do that. That worked out okay, though. Frickin' pinkies. So, I was mumbling to myself about how pinkies are just so... They have so much health. And it's really obnoxious. And I do suspect they have some weakness that I'm just, like, bad at exploiting. Or that I shouldn't say bad at exploiting. I just don't know what it is. So, also, the shotgun, the base shotgun is really bad for them. It doesn't do enough damage to stop them. And now we want this. Because there's 2 Hell Knights. Now there's no Hell Knights. But we come out here. Get this, get that. Trigger this. Nah, there's going to be one of the big guys. We're running low on Gauss cannons, so let's go chain gun. Okay. Alright. Open sesame. Right in the face. Not the best use of that, but, you know, ah. You know how it be. Alright, Revenant, I think we're just about done in this arena. A little bit more. Ah, pinkies. Oh, that's it. They take like triple damage from behind, isn't it? If I look over at chat, it's going to tell me that pinkies, you need to shoot them in the back, and they take a ton of damage from behind. I bet that's it. And stream froze. Stream status says good. Not frozen. Not frozen. Shoot pinkies in the back. Shoot them in the back. You have to dodge the pinkies once you get behind them. Their rear is super weak. There we go. All right, we're all on the same page now. And pinkies should maybe be a little bit less of a problem. Okay. Man, they take way less time to kill when you shoot them from behind. I have no idea how I didn't, like, accidentally how I didn't manage to even accidentally find that. Or I should say how I didn't manage to accidentally find that sooner. Come on, line up. There we go. Ah. Alright, there's a Doom guy back there. Oh! Too soon to switch out of good weapon. Alright. Okay, think we need gas cans. So that's the BFG 9000 guy. Oh, the BFG 9000 guy actually looks like Commander Keen. Grab ammo, fuel up, and then walk past the door like a dum-dum. There we go. Probably not the best weapon choice for that right there, but I mean, live dangerously, you know? Live safely, I guess, because that's like wicked overkill. Maybe. Blue skull. Blue skull. No. Did I not grab the blue skull? That was actually a huge waste. Oh, there we go. There's a yellow skull. Oh, right. And then the ceiling comes down very slowly and... I remember this now. One of the kind of, I don't want to say it's an issue with the hell levels, but it is kind of, it's a soft issue with the hell levels, is that they are a bit on the samey side. So after running through them, they don't necessarily stand out that great.
People are discussing nocturnal animals, and someone says they like bats.
Bats are amazing. Oh, that guy's not dead. And that guy's definitely alive. Alright. Now he's definitely not. Or he kind of was. Bats are amazing. Laura can tell you all about bats. If Laura wants to come near the mic and tell everybody all about bats.
I'm juggling the hedgehog.
She is juggling a hedgehog, and I completely forgot that there was an invulnerability orb there that totally would have meant not taking a whole ton of damage from this acid pit. Okay. Get a hell orb. And I think this one goes to health. Yeah, let's go health.
I have a very grumpy hedgehog here. She had a bath.
Oh, she had a bath. She is so grouchy. She had a bath. Super grouchy hedgehog.
I've been giving her food, but Amy keeps interfering.
Oh, Amy? Stop interfering with Hog. Amy has really, unfortunately, developed quite a taste for harassing Clover.
Let's see, bat facts. There are bats that specialize in fishing tiny minnows out of the water. There are bats that specialize in sipping nectar from flowers. There are bats that specialize in catching and devouring other bats.
That one's pretty funky.
Yes, there are bats that are specialist bat predators themselves. Most of the Megachiroptera, that is the large bats, fruit bats, lack any sonar. They navigate by sight, not by sonar. And that's why they have, your average fruit bat has very large eyes but rather small ears.
But then even your regular Microchiroptera still have fairly decent eyesight for a night-dwelling animal, correct?
Yes.
Their sonar is in addition to reasonably decent eyesight.
And when you are looking at Microchiroptera, that's the more common small bats, they are also can be very specialist. There's some that specialize in snapping up beetles off the ground. There's some that specialize in catching moths out of midair. And Amy keeps trying to jump on top of me to reach the hedgehog. Ow.
Let's switch to a meteor weapon. That's low ammo.
Ow, Amy.
I think Amy might need a timeout.
Yeah, she's getting really clawy.
Let's do this in style. Absolutely no I thought he was the last. Alright. I'm getting tired of being here. Oh, there's totally a BFG ammo there that I did not know / forgot about. Okay. Blue Skull. Doors close. Super Shotgun is actually really good for Lost Souls. Assuming you hit them. Which, given my utter lack of skill, is still definitely a question mark possibility. Yeah, we got another Cacodemon. No, we don't. You can jump. Alright. A Baron. Come on. There we go. Lore time. Doomslayer.
Despair spread before him like a plague, striking fear to the shadow dwellers.
I know, some of these secrets, it's like secret unlocked. It's like, I just went left. I don't know if left really counts as a secret. Let's have some fun with some imps. I don't know, maybe we should upgrade the super shotgun. Just because. I mean, it is kind of, I guess it is kind of fun. It's meaty, it's satisfying. It's gonna need a rocket launcher to deal with. Where are you at? Where are you at? Where'd that Hell Knight go? Where'd he go? There you are. I just used that on an imp and not the... I did. Okay. Nope, not yet. I bet it's an imp. It's always an imp. It's always just one last imp. Alright, we got some weapon upgrade points. Can we... yeah. Oh, we've got tons of weapon upgrade points. So, kill multiple demons with a super shotgun blast 30 times. We'll work on that. Oh, we've got both of these, but we haven't bothered to actually buy any upgrades for them. I don't know, that seems like a fair thing. I don't know. Sure, it's cheap. Kill a lost soul with another lost soul. So I actually haven't managed to glory kill a lost soul yet at all in 2 playthroughs. Do they have a film grain? I think they might have a film grain setting. I know they have a depth of field setting that I've got turned off at the moment. My film grain setting. Film grain is probably turned off at the moment because I turned the graphics, like these are the graphics basically at minimum.
Hey Dan, have you got around to watching the Evangelion rebuilds yet?
Nope, still not yet. Still not yet. People, if you follow my Twitter, you will know. Follow me on Twitter if you want to know when exactly I get around to watching the Eva rebuilds, because I can guarantee I will be making notes as I go along through them. I was really hoping for some armor. We'll be okay. Oh wait, that would have been a great spot to use. Oh, there we go. So you just got to get the timing right, and you can totally just... The Doomslayer. The... Say it. What do you... What? What? The wretch who shall not be named. Dude, you've called me the Doomslayer like 30 times. Now you're getting squeamish about it? Whatever. Pansy. Oh man, if you want a good quiche recipe, you should definitely follow my Twitter. Dude, I normally, like, I'm normally all about the lore. Oh, people were asking about settings. This video, or I guess it'd be under advanced, so motion blur, chromatic aberration. So I've got that on still. Decal, particles, depth of field, HDR, lens flare, lens blur. No, I don't think they've... No, I don't think they've got a film grain setting for this game.
mentioned the game Eternal Darkness. Doing good Lovecraftian testing. Did you ever play Eternal Darkness, Dan?
Have I? No, I have not personally ever played Eternal Darkness, but that's the game that Riley would always play, wasn't it?
Riley and Jason.
Riley and Jason would play it a lot. Yeah, so a friend and a roommate used to play it a lot. So I've watched them play it a whole bunch, and they were really big fans of it.
Back in the day.
Eternal Darkness, I mean, like, I don't know if this is the kind of thing I'd ever do an episode. Like, so many people have already done episodes of, like, specifically about Eternal Darkness and its use of mechanics to convey various things. Like, if you're ever going to talk about video games and, you know, insanity mechanics, Eternal Darkness is gonna come up. And so much for getting 2 at once. That was getting 0 at once. Alright. Line up. Yeah, you got... Okay, so with the spread, if you want to get that... If you want to work on that one, you've actually got to be pretty... They've both got to be pretty close. Pretty nearby. Pretty ready to go. Peace. Wrong one. Yellow Skull. Come on. Ah. No. We've got plenty of Gauss cannon ammo. And I just realized there's like a whole bunch of Gauss cannon over there, and there's also a quad damage right here. So we can actually go... Yeah, let's go ham. Now's a good time to go ham.
People are discussing games in the sidebar. Bringing up Sunless CC off of Steam, Alan Wake, Deadly Premonitions.
You've played Alan Wake, haven't you?
Oxenfree is another Steam game. I've played the first little bit of Alan Wake. I haven't got very far in it.
Okay. Oxenfree is on my list. Like,
Sunless Sea gets lots of good
Sunless Sea is also, I think, on my wish list, but I haven't gotten around to it yet. There we go. Lots of ammo. Oh, I've got both keys now. Right. So open that. Open that. Well, that's opening. Go back here. Hit this. Gears start churning. Churning, not churning. I mean, maybe they churn. I can't really see them. Oh, there's a gear. Nah, that's not churning. That's just regular turning.
Caitlin loved Deadly Premonition.
Ah, so many. Right, Caitlin does. In fact, Caitlin's got an LP of Deadly Premonition that she and Christy have been working on. think that's that. Now we just go down. I feel like there was something else that I'm supposed to, that I can grab before I leave. But I do not remember what it is. So let's just go down. Into the hole!
Yet as the mighty Titan fell, and dread engulfed the armies of doom, the demon priests of the blood temples laid a trap to capture the scourge of hell, insatiable even by the vanquishing of the Great One. The Hellwalker sought to prey in the tombs of the blood deep, and blinded by his fervor, the lure drew him in. The priests
Now people are talking about the new Blade Runner movie.
Oh,
his defeat.
I love the fact that, we're just gonna ignore that guy. It's just, the doom. Oh, hey, challenge. Kill 2 Cacodemons at once. That was easy. They just kind of lined up for me like that. Oh, that Harrison Ford seems to have just kind of like not bothered to go in for costume at all. All right. Our options are mobile turret, which I've never used, or remote detonation. Press the weapon mod button to detonate rockets in flight. You know what? Let's go with that. I've never tried it before. I don't know what this one actually does, but we definitely actually want
Must not reach the crucible.
the Gauss cannon.
Hey, Clover.
Quick hedgehog. Here, bring her back just a bit so she's in focus. There we go. There we go. Hedgehog. Nom 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 nom. Nom 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 nom. Okay. So now, when I first got here, oh right, we actually want super shotgun and Gauss cannon on our Hot 2. So the first time I got here, you know, there's the giant skull. There's that giant skull there. Ram skull. And so it's like, oh, sweet. I'm basically at the end of the game because it was Doom 2? It It was Doom, one of the Doom games, one of the original Doom games. The end boss was a giant ram skull that you needed to shoot in the head. And I'm totally like losing focus and just doing awful. This was also one of the music tracks that I wasn't. That one there was one of the music tracks that I wasn't terribly fond of because I wound up getting kind of. There was an imp that was again just giving me the huge runaround, and so I spent forever listening to it as I tried to track it down. I bet there's a secret there. I didn't really explore this space super well before. Okay, so there's where I come from. So you come here. I bet there's a way to get across there. Or, you know what, let's see. Rocket launcher. That actually sounded like it did something. Come on, guys. I just want an imped chainsaw so I can get my real ammo back. I have no mouth and I must scream. Oh, there we go. Real ammo. I have no mouth and I must scream is definitely worth playing. It is not a fun game, but it was never, ever, ever intended to be a fun game. It's also quite a challenging game. Like there's, I would say if you're gonna play, I Have No Mouth, I don't feel. don't necessarily feel bad about needing to use a walkthrough. There's a lot of kind of I don't want to just use the phrase moon logic, but sorry, this all just kind of looks like some place you can actually get to. And I still feel like that up there is a thing. That if I got up there, something would happen. But I am bad at rocket jumping, so... It's supposed to cause a secret to be revealed. Well, I shot it with the rocket a bunch of times. Maybe I just needed to keep shooting it. Alright, this guy's obnoxious. Okay. We want to bait out the attack. There we go. Late on that. In particular, it's this, so... Come on, do your charge attack, and then there we go. That does a whole bunch of damage, and you get another shot in that does double damage, and drops a bunch of stuff. But he's kind of obnoxious, because this shield... And... yeah. There we go. You know what, let's try that. Oh, so, okay. Heat gauge. I see. Now's a good time to try out all of the weapons that I've never used before, right? This is totally a smart move. Frankly, this fight just isn't actually that hard, so... There we go. Now we get the thing. Kill a Mancubus with the pistol. Yeah, I don't think Harlan Ellison has ever been happy. I mean, I think in part that's why that's one of the appeals of his art, is that it is the perspective of a man who has in fact never been happy. Like, he dropped his ice cream when he was 3, and since that day, he has never again, not once, known joy.
You have the crucible, and with it the means to contain the power of the well. We have a plan to send you there. Vega will walk you through the process.
Now, okay, there's a space coming up that the game might just choke super hard, because the last time I went through it, even with like the graphics settings basically off, the game just could not handle it. So, wait, what's this Dune question? Or what's the Dune question that keeps coming up?
Oh, asking if you're a Dune fan, and people were discussing the various adaptations, the old miniseries.
Oh.
Source of the portal. I will not survive the procedure and am unable to self-terminate, so I will walk you through the process.
The Dune series that was never made. There's that documentary on there.
Jodorowsky's Dune.
Yeah.
Alright, I'm gonna wait for Vega to shut up, and then I'll talk about it, just because it's hard to think while Vega's talking in my head. Okay, so I suspect this is the area that this little traversal area was like super rough, and I suspect what it was is that some of this junk was like stuck in the junk, like it was stuck and it was bouncing around, and the game was trying to figure out the physics of what this junk was supposed to be doing, and it was causing so many problems that it couldn't actually run until I got far enough away that it deloaded. Yeah, because it's running way better now, and this looks like there's gonna be just... Oh, that's an invisible wall. Oh, that's lame. They have not had to use very many invisible walls in this game, and the fact that there's one right there is disappointing and sad. Dune. So I've got... I don't want to say I have a complex relationship with Dune, because it's not really that complex. I wouldn't say I'm a fan per se, though I do very much appreciate many things about Dune. Jodorowsky's Dune is an interesting kind of case study in filmmaking, and I mean filmmaking as a whole, not just, you know, the specific filmmaking of like, oh, well, here's what they did with this documentary. Wait, was this The Secret, or was the other one The Secret? This one's The Secret. Jodorowsky's Dune is an interesting look into filmmaking as a whole, not necessarily because of what it does, but because of what it's trying to do. That it's trying to sell you on a game, or not on a game, on a movie that doesn't exist. You know, the movie was never made, and a lot of people have responded to it, you know, very positively. Like, I mean, it's, don't get me wrong, it's a really fun doc, and it's a great look at sort of this idea that could have been, but at the same time, the people kind of going like, oh man, it was going to be so good, are sort of missing the point, which is that it was not guaranteed to actually have been any good, or to have, you know, worked properly, but that when it exists purely as, like, when all that exists are storyboards and people talking about like what could have been, yeah, it's going to sound awesome because, or it's going to be awesome because it's able to utilize your imagination a lot more than a real product ever will. You know, there's so many gaps between what was intended and what exists that you just kind of fill in everything in between. And that's what makes Jodorowsky's Dune a very compelling watch, but it does not translate into Jodorowsky's version of Dune was going to be a good movie.
Exclamation point is protected by an electrified field, but you should survive the search.
Primary neural security network offline.
This weapon sucks. Hey, down to the bottom.
Auxiliary neural security network offline.
You know what? I think mobile turret is better than the other one, because trading a heat gauge for being able to spin up way faster is definitely a worthwhile trade-off. Also, I've used up my ammo so fast. All right. There we go. But yeah, so okay, so I've read the first several Dune books, and I don't dislike Dune. I'm gonna just get that out of there. I don't dislike Dune. I think it's fascinating. I think it does a lot of really, really really interesting and cool things. I think it's a type of fiction that I think there's a tremendous amount of value in the type of fiction that Dune taps into, and it is highly influential for a reason, but I think through a modern lens, it's also kind of bad. Like, it's really long and really needlessly obtuse, and a lot of the books just aren't nearly as good as people want them to be. And I'm not just talking about, like, Chapter House Dune or Heretics of Dune. Like, even God Emperor of Dune is just, is a lot more interesting innuendo and concept than it is an actually good read.
Should you find yourself caught in the level 3 demon contamination event, it is important.
Oh, right, this segment. Okay.
Everything else in your life, your work here matters.
Room security clearance is required. Room security clearance required.
Yes, part of my post-secondary blue security clearance required. Yeah, part of my post-secondary was communications studies, and I took a lot of linguistics courses in the midst of that, or as a part of that. Ah. Blue security.
Access granted.
Oh right, the elevators. The elevators upstairs. We will do the elevators. We could just keep going. We don't need to do the elevators. But we're gonna do the elevators. Okay. Was that it? Just one? Burn it. I like this track. It's a good track.
Access granted.
tests of Vega's protoplasmic circuitry showed temperatures exceeding 1.2
Guy who asked you that question,
173 tons hotter than the surface of the sun.
says suspected as much because the amount of overlap between your videos and my lectures was too much to be a coincidence.
That. All right. So this coolant part can be a huge pain in the ass if you do it like bit by bit. So it's best to actually just like run. And I missed one. There we go. No, come on. Oh no, that was bad. All right. Come on, land.
Thank you. You can now move to where my core is located to complete this process.
Oh, there's a switch. I need to throw. Yes. Because I need to move that platform. Oh, this. It's on. I'm good at video games.
The train below will take you to the entrance.
All right, there we go. So this segment's actually really hard.
Access to my core. A demonic threat
Are you
must
up for a
be
question?
removed from the room ahead.
Someone asked, where did you pick up the phrase base assumptions? They say, ever since you put out that Gamergate video, I've been unable to find anyone else using it.
Where did I pick up the phrase base
And then someone
assumptions?
else tops in, you see base assumptions in English studies as well.
Yeah, so in terms of the exact book that I picked it up from, I don't know if I can remember. Like that was a decade ago. But and the thing is that it actually comes from, so I had a big like mental episode about 12 years ago, and so there's a bunch of stuff from before that are really kind of just hazy to me, and so there's just a lot of stuff that it's like, where did I get that from? It's like I don't really remember anymore, because I don't have the greatest memory of those years anymore. It just kind of happened that way. So I constantly self-doubt whether or not, like, okay, did I get that from a book? Did I learn that in class, or is that a concept that I learned but I don't remember the correct term, so I made up a term, and then my memory backfilled that term into my classwork. And like sort of compounding this is I have on numerous times tried to track down the box that I have all of my like textbooks in. I know I still have my textbooks somewhere, but I can't find the box that they're in. So I keep going back to like check, but yeah. All right, this room is actually really hard. Okay. Oh, one got me from behind. All right, I think we're at the point where oh, we want to not fall down there ever. And then if we use that to sweep the room, man, that went way better than the... Because I think there's just this one dude down here now. This one Mancubus. And that went generally way better than the time it took me 7 tries to get through this room. And that hasn't... Oh, come on. You can see my meter up in the top right. It hasn't filled in yet. It hasn't released the XP yet. Why not? Give me my XP. There we go.
Once Vegas core is destroyed, the vacuum of energy will pull you back through to hell. We have your destination set.
Okay.
They're now discussing the term ludonarrative dissonance. They're trying to figure out who came up with the name, and they think it was the developer of Far Cry 2, Clint Hawking, who came up with the term ludonarrative.
It might have been Clint Hawking. I'd need to go back and look through that. That would be a good one to really kind of track down the source of. That, I mean, we've talked about it before on the stream. Like, it's a really contentious term. A lot of people mock it as being like, oh well, you know, frou-frou, meaningless, try hard, smarty smart game criticism. But I think ludonarrative dissonance is actually a really functional, like critical term. Like it describes something very real. All right. Maybe I should not jump like that. Yeah, take him. Huh. And now a bunch of imps jump me. Huh.
Thank you, Vega.
Oh, kill a cacodemon with the chainsaw. I could have done that one. No dedicated Amy cam. Where Amy's snoozing. She's snoozing on Laura's lap, so there's no we couldn't set up a dedicated Amy cam right now if we wanted to.
Well, I could move her to the chair here.
No, she'll be no. I think if we move her, she'll wake up and start running around. Toast Wagon, I'm gonna repeat that just because I think that's a great thing. So this is Toast Wagon in the chat. Ludonarrative dissonance is an extremely basic concept of critical theory, and the insecure rejection of it as a term says a lot about how scared people can be of actually understanding games as art. Well said. All right. Jump around like a nutbag, looking for secrets that I may have missed last time. I think I did a decent job at finding most of them on the first way through, on the way through, on my first round. We don't need them. We've got very little that we need to get. In fact, with the points that we did get. Oh, we're only 3 out of 30. What? We're only 3 out of... Oh. Mobile turret. This was actually really good. Drastically decrease the transformation time. It's already really fast. Yeah. Kill 4 or more demons during a single mobile turret. Deploy 5 times. Okay, because that's going to be... Alright. And then... Yeah, something. Oh, also, I guess I've got the... Alright, so for the next playthrough, I need to consider that mobile turret is actually, like, really good. This fight, I probably actually could have gotten the 5 in one deploy if I had started earlier while it was still just a bunch of, you know, imps and stuff, but we're running low on imps. Ah, that didn't get both of you. That's lame. I think one of the best ways of getting that, because it's like, you gotta do it 30 times. I feel like a quad damage, like once you've got the piercing and a quad damage, that's gonna be your way to go to get that without having to try. It's just like the easiest way of getting the initial thing of a bobber with the minigun, the other one with the minigun, not the mobile turret, the spin up one where it's like, oh, you just got to kill 5 things and or you got to kill 10 things in 5 seconds or something like that, is just to find one of the many giant clusters of these guys and just mow them down. Also, that sound is really obnoxious. Really, really obnoxious.
There's lots of discussions of Bioshock Infinite going on in the comments.
A lot of
people discussing how frustrated they were with the game, how they found it was up its own ass, etc.
I like how up its own ass Bioshock Infinite is. I've long been a you know, yeah, let's just say apologist. I have long been an apologist for Bioshock Infinite, and I kind of stand by it. I very much understand and recognize the validity of a lot of the criticisms that people levy against it. I think there's some very smart people who have made very astute cultural observations about the unintended messages of Bioshock Infinite. You should listen to those people. But also, okay, I think there's okay, yeah, the first time I came through here, there's like the split and I never came back, and I think stop. There we go. I will say that Bioshock Infinite is most enjoyable, and this is kind of not the greatest defense that you can mount for a game. Like, if you need to say this, then it's definitely kind of a roundabout way of admitting that there is something wrong. And yes, this is a roundabout way of admitting that there's something wrong. Bioshock Infinite actually plays best on easy difficulty because they did not do a very good job of balancing the higher difficulties, like to actually make them difficult while still feeling you know, satisfying. The way that they went about tuning it for the higher difficulties is basically just give everything loads more health, and it's pretty bad. So things just get really grinding. I don't want to say grindy because that has a very distinct meaning in games culture. So just, yeah, very grinding, very slow, very obnoxious. It makes all of your weapons feel bad and sucky and weak. And yeah, so play it on normal, and that's going to give you the the best experience. You know, it's still, I mean, there's still a lot of other salient criticisms of, am I, okay, there's down there. Oh, that's too far. No, that's not too far. Oh, right, you just come out the other way. You just come out there if you go the other way. Okay. This one? No, it was the next one. So there's a bunch of these, and it was the next one that actually bugged out on me. We're almost done the game, by the way. We've got 3 big arenas and 1 boss fight left. So I'm not a huge fan of this track either, because it's this same track in all 3 of these arenas. And so when the one glitched out, like, there was nothing left. Like, it wasn't like there was an imp hiding on me somewhere. Everything was dead. It was done. And this music just kept playing for minutes and minutes as I was going around trying to figure out what the hell had gone wrong. And yeah, it was kind of not fun at all. Because it grates after a while. I thought I heard... There we go. That way, that way, that way. This happened to me last time where it's like, I'm pretty sure this is just the way you go, but it gives you, you know, secret found. I guess it's not. Like, you can miss that door and end up going this way. I don't know. Now, actually, I'm going to check something real quick in the Codex weapon. Because there's no way to actually use the sword, is there? Yeah, it doesn't show up under weapons, so it's like, so you've got that thing, but you don't actually get to use it at all. I guess you kind of only know it's a sword if you have been paying attention / have already played the game once. You know what? There's so much BFG ammo around here. It doesn't feel right to use it just yet, though. We'll wait until the, like, big ugly guys start coming out. Mancubuses. Alright. That's enough stuff. That feels worth it. So there's a... We're technically exploiting a glitch at the moment where the BFG 9000 continues to deal damage at its regular rate, even though the weapon wheel is open. But actually it's just kind of fun when you do it to regular enemies. It doesn't matter. It's going to kill them anyway. Because it does so much damage. But it's still a lot of fun. See, it still kills everything. I mean, I like doing it in slow-mo, because then you get to appreciate it. It's going to do more than enough damage. And you get to hear the ammo collecting noise in slow-mo. Ding-ding-ding-ding. Oh. Got a Baron left. Alright. Come on. We don't actually need that because there's going to be a whole bunch of ammo at the top of the stairs. Also, one of these stairways has a secret. Alright, one more arena, one more boss, and we're done. I do like these medieval Doom guys. Like I think the designers, the artists did a really good job of evoking the look of Doom guy in a like, hey, what would medieval Doom guy look like? And it's like I look at him like, yeah, that is what medieval Doom guy would look like. Alright, so that secret there. You've got to go up here. And then there's a... Did I pass it? There it is. Yeah. So you come up here, you open the door from here, then you backtrack. And there we go. Secret and Mega Health. There we go. It's a good shot on Pinky. Hey, we're up to 8 out of 30 on that one. We could actually have totally gotten that if we had tried it, you know, earlier. I know I said last week that we weren't really going to use the super shotgun, but this week apparently I decided we are. Oh, I think I'm immune to barrel damage now too, so I can just shoot those while I'm standing right next to them. Is this seriously just gonna be Hell Knights and Imps? Now this one got way more chaotic than this. Where is everything? so pretty. No, wrong. I want. That's bad. My weapon wheel's all screwed up. Alright, Gauss Cannon. There we go. Oh, that was it. I guess I didn't really need to panic and grab the quad damage. I basically did that without it. Boom. And... all right.
People are just doing the Suicide Squad Katana introduction dialogue.
Now, no, not escape. So, find all 3 skull switch secrets. So, I've only found 2 of them. I don't know where the third is. I don't want to go find it. Not right now. Not when we are so close. So close. All right. Everybody ready? Everybody hype? Actually, what's Amy up to?
Amy's still kind of snoozy.
Still-
She keeps repositioning.
Still kind of snoozing, still kind of...
Okay, let's try.
Alright, let's do a... We're gonna do it. Quick Amy time. Real quick. Alright. Or are you doing Amy time? I'll be right back. Tell everybody about bats. Or ants.
Amy. Amy. Come on. Come on. Hey, Amy.
It's just Amy.
It's just Amy Cam.
Just Amy Cam. Just kind of sitting there. Alright. Floof time. Amy is 14 weeks. She's 14 weeks and she is a ragdoll, mostly ragdoll, and she is adorable and so soft. She is the softest. She's the softest. There we go. Okay. All right. Resume, and I accidentally minimized OBS, so I'm going to bring that back up so I can actually see.
Chat as soon as Amy went on camera.
Amy's back! Kill 2 Barons of Hell with 1 shot. I don't think BFG counts. Yeah, big redacted gun. There you go. If you're wondering what BFG stands for, the F is redacted. Okay, so I played a lot of first-person shooters when I was a kid because there were a ton of first-person shooters when I was a kid, like Wolfenstein and Doom. I never beat Doom 2 or even Doom 1 really legitimately. I always cheated. I cheated my way through them and would like level jump and just whatnot because I was actually more interested in like, that was when I was first starting to get a taste for modding. So like I would replace the weapons, and of course the things I would replace them with were just ridiculously overpowered and stupid. Like I made a O. Henry chocolate bar that would shoot chocolate chunks. Like I changed the shotgun into that and stuff like that. Like really stupid stuff. It wasn't until I got older that I actually got engaged with first-person shooters as a genre and as a challenge. So my experience with Spider Mastermind from my younger self perspective is about 1.5 seconds long as a single overpowered BFG shot just blows him up. So, yeah. I feel like that's just some fun context as we go into this.
They promised me so much.
You literally you made a deal with the literal devil. Uh-oh. I screwed that up. No, I'm gonna have to redo this. Yeah. Screwed that up. I am not doing well. I am not doing well. Ah, frick. Ah, no. Okay. Ow. That was good. That was good. All right. Now, something's going to happen, and then we're going to talk.
You've won. It's over. You stopped the invasion and closed the portal. But it's come at a price. Argent, Vega, this entire operation. You see, I've watched you work. Come to understand your motivation. You think the only way is to kill them all, leave nothing behind. And you may be right. But we can't just shut it all down. Without Argent energy, it will be worse. I don't expect you to agree. But with this, we can continue our work. I am not the villain in this story. I do what I do because there is no choice.
Rerouting tether coordinates complete.
Our time is up. I can't kill you, but I won't have you standing in our way. Until we see each other again.
And that's the end of the game. So I'm not super satisfied with that ending. Like, it's, I mean, knowing it's coming makes it a little bit easier to just kind of anticipate what's going on, but it's kind of this moment where it's like, all right, you get super hyped up for like the next thing that's going to happen. I don't know, there's just so much about it that feels less like proper sequel lead-in or I don't know, expansion pack lead-in or whatever, and more just feels incomplete. Like, especially the tease with the sword. And the main problem I have with it, or the main problem why it's like, oh, kind of just a letdown, at least for me personally, is the extra textual knowledge that, like, the resolution to that conflict isn't going to be coming for a while. Like, these games take a long time to make, and so unless it's, you know, a DLC expansion pack that they've got already, like, heavily in the works, like, we're not going to see the next part of that for, like, ever. Just forever. It's going to be so long. And by the time they get around to it, like, the energy is going to be, I don't know. I feel like it's too high energy unending to be satisfying, especially, like, because it's layering so many things together. Like, you've got the artifact is actually this giant ass sword. I hope I never see you again. Getting teleported away. Like, it's three things that each on their own would be like, wow, hey, that's kind of a big moment. But you smash them all together, and it's like, no, you're not teasing anymore. You're establishing. So, yeah. So that's my one. That's probably, I think, maybe my biggest criticism with the game is that ending is, I think, a little too much teasing all at once to really be satisfying. It left me just kind of like, no, I wanted to immediately jump into the next chapter. You know, yeah, I don't know. Maybe that's just me. But otherwise, the game is highly satisfying, very fun, highly satisfying. So, you know, and I think in particular, it bugs me because earlier in the game, and I said this last week when we were in when we were in his office, like, the fact that you've got that moment that, like, here's this character that everything else you come across, you rip and tear, except for him for some reason, and it's very convenient. And I think part of the a big part of the reason why it stands out as unsatisfying is because so much, like, everything else is up to a level that it's like they just didn't really figure out a way of handling that one particular aspect of the story, that one particular aspect of their world. And then the ending, like, I mean, I definitely prefer that. So if you're going to talk about opportunity cost, I do prefer that they decided to, like, no, we're gonna end it here, rather than produce something that is not up to the level of, like, kick-ass awesome of the rest of the game. Like, I think I would rather have an unsatisfying final couple of seconds than I would have another full chapter that just felt half built. So yeah. Now, people are talking about Noah and H-Bomb's videos, and they're very good, and I highly recommend watching them. So, like Toastwagon is saying, Noah talks about the Doomslayer and Doom as a mythology, and he goes through a very extensive, like, everything. Like, he goes all the way back and systematically through all of the entries, which, is what Noah does, and he's fantastic and amazing at it, and it's very well worth watching. Though I think the Doom one is an hour and a half, maybe an hour 45. And yeah, he talks about it as ritual, which, is a subject that I'm always down for assessing a text through the lens of text as ritual. Particularly, I mean, my favorite, of course, would be superheroes, looking at superhero stories as ritual and myth. But so he approaches Doom through that lens, and then H-Bomb talks about this Doom specifically as a metaphor for anti-capitalism, which I think is, and I talked about this last week, but I think the one tiny little, I think he's great, and I think he's 100% on point with what he says, but the one thing that sort of bugs me is the hell orbs. That in the pattern of Doomguy's behavior, if you're going to read hell energy as pure capitalism and this rejection of it, the one hitch in that is the hell orbs, because everything else to do with Argent energy, the Doomguy outright rejects. In that regard, H-Bomb is correct. Like, he destroys, despite the fact that that robot scientist dude is like, no, we can use this for good, and Doomguy just rejects it outright, except for the hell orbs, which he crushes. But that seems to be the way that you actually use them, because that does something. And rather than destroying those, he is in fact absorbing them and using them for his own ends. And so I think that's the one sliver, the one rough nail, the proud nail. That's, I think, the one hitch in H-Bomb's reading of it. Otherwise, totally solid. And I think if you just sort of forgive that one bit, it's I think a very solid reading all around. So yeah. See, in that there's a way of working with it. So Cheetah's saying, it's like you have to use the system to destroy the system, and I think that would be a fair sort of counterpoint to what I'm saying. Or I shouldn't say it would be a counterpoint to what I'm saying. I think that would be a fair adaptation of the reading. So if we were putting this through peer review, which, of course, as you all know, internet critics and YouTubers all submit their stuff to each other for peer review. If this were going into as this is going into the peer review process, that would be the change that I would suggest he makes to the text of his essay before he submits it for final publication. So, it totally works. I mean, within the flow of the game, like within the flow of the game itself, it's irrelevant. It's only within that sort of context. It's like, okay, if we're going to do an anti-capitalist reading of Doom, then it's like, not everything necessarily works 110%, and it might still work. You just gotta kind of you gotta be a little bit flexible. Because I think at that point, like, you're definitely, I would say you're definitely in Death of the Author territory there. That an anti-capitalist reading is not necessarily the intended message to be conveyed by id Software. So, that's not to say that there aren't messages, because of course there are messages. Of course Doom is political. Like, it is highly political in its own way, but the intended political messages are perhaps a little more a little more raw. And it's when you get into unintended messages and whatnot that is the, of course, area that we thrive in. I cursploded your Twitter notifications today. Blake Beals. What did I do? Was it a good cursplode, or are you here to avenge your father? If you're here as an avenging angel, then I'm sorry that I did that. But if this is a good cursplode, then hey, I did something good. Or if it's just a cursplode, then it's just a cursplode. Amy.
There have been questions. Have you played any of Christine Love's games? Would you consider playing them for a stream?
Oh, man. Oh, I would love playing. I could totally do a stream of Hate, an analog story. Or Hate Plus. I haven't played Lady Killer in a Bind yet. And she has a safe for streaming version of it where everyone wears sweaters. So there's you can put it in safe for work mode, safe for work, safe for Twitch mode, and everyone's wearing ugly Christmas sweaters, because Christine is she's wonderful. She's great. In fact, she recently just made a really big change to Lady Killer in a Bind, where there was a plot line that was kind of pushing sort of at the boundaries of consent in a way that from what I had read of it. So there was one of the plot lines was pushing at the boundaries of consent in a very interesting way, but that a lot of people, a lot of her audience, and you have to consider like what her, like the sort of profile of her audience, and a bunch of people in her audience felt that it kind of came out of nowhere and they weren't prepared for it, and it was a little too much for them. So she made a substantial change to Lady Killer in a Bind recently that removed that in response to what, how her audience had responded to it. And I think that was kind of a really interesting thing to read, like reading through kind of her logic of like, okay, why she made that decision. It was really fascinating, that interplay between creator and audience in that way. Yeah. Christine Love is such a good writer. Why is her art style bad? Because it's a completely different art. I like to think I'm a good writer in my sphere of writing, but my art's also my drawing is also bad. I try to work around it. I try to disguise. So I'm trained as a like technical illustrator. So if you want someone to draw like the internal profile of a watch and you have all of the like mathematical dimensions, I can make you a fantastic looking exploded, breakout of a watch. But if you want me to draw a thing that looks like an organic moving posed creature, no, that ain't happening, man. That ain't happening. So I disguise the fact that I am awful at drawing by just illustrating everything instead. Oh, Chop Stewie, what is Lady Killer in a Bind? Yeah, it's an interactive novel. It's it's a interactive novel. There's an actual term. What is the Why can't I remember what that entire genre, or is that the right? Why am I second guessing myself for no good reason? Interactive novel. Yeah, that's visual novel. Visual novel. That's the word I'm looking for. Yeah, it's just a visual novel. Yeah. Erotic queer novel. Visual there now. See, now you can tell when the stream is actually like catching, or when the chat is catching up to what I'm actually saying, because it like explodes with everybody answering the question that I'm then going to spend a bunch of time explaining. Oh man, Galgun. So I have sitting on my hard drive a like 20 gigs of footage of two friends and I playing a big chunk of the first Galgun. And it's awful. It's shameful. Interactive visual video game, choose your own adventure, Goosebumps erotica. Yeah, there you go. Let's go with that one. I think we should canonize that one. Interactive visual video game, choose your own adventure, Goosebumps erotica. That's the new name for the genre. Forever. Yeah, Reddit is still Reddit. Reddit's Reddit. If you ever want to find somebody, if you need somebody to mount a spirited defense of pedophiles, Reddit is definitely the place to go to find that. Yay. So Galgun, now that I guess I've talked about it, for those who are not familiar with Galgun, Galgun is a light gun style game, a light gun shooter, where the protagonist has been accidentally shot with too many arrows by Cupid, and so because he's been shot with so many arrows by Cupid, because she accidentally like pumps like 30 arrows into him, so he is irresistibly attractive to every female everywhere ever, and so she gives him the Galgun to okay, all right, okay, so he gets the Galgun because the only way that you can make girls not want to jump his bones at all time is to give them orgasms so that they calm down And so he has to go around shooting all of these teenage girls in the genitals with the gal gun so that they will orgasm and stop chasing him. And yeah.
Long, awkward silence.
Now, of course, all of those aspects of the game are polished over in in-game. The in-game text insists that no, that's not what's happening, but that's what's happening. That's what's happening. That's what you do. You shoot girls in. You get bonus bonus points if you shoot them in the crotch. It's exactly as awkward as it sounds. And yeah. So Oh, wait. Okay, there was something I remember. There was something I remember what I had planned for once we finished that up. We were going to go back to here, I think. I don't care, Samuel. Shut up. Stop talking. No one likes you. I think I'm going. I'm not sure if I'm on the right chapter, let alone in the right place, but I think the thing that I'm thinking about is in this room. I don't want to learn about the artifact, Samuel.
Olivia's personal laboratory is not part of the registered facilities data.
I don't care, Vega.
Clearance will be required to locate it. Granted.
You can access her Lazarus facility from the north sector of the Advanced Research Complex, about 80 kilometers away.
I'll bring the tram power online to take you there, but you'll need a UAC corporate facilities clearance card to activate it. There is a security station nearby.
Amy's gone berserk and she's nipping. Oh.
Okay, I was on the wrong map. Okay.
You'll find the Healing Stone in Olivia's private archival lab deep within this facility. Few have ever seen the stone. But if you came to us for a reason, you might be able to see something in it we haven't.
Actually, here's a... By reloading... Oh, hey. Is there oh, cool. So when you reload... Oh, that's good. So when you reload, you've still got just everything. Cool.
It is not to all Lazarus personnel.
Okay, so it's going to take me a second to get to where we're going, and by a second I mean like a minute or two. And I totally should have used Super Shotgun for that, since I can be also working on that weapon mastery. So let's get Super Shotgun.
Demonic presence at unsafe level.
Welcome to the United Nations of I Don't Give a...
Demonic presence eliminated. Lockdown disengaged.
Volunteers are currently meeting for the UAC's exciting competitive research program. Expand your potential, experience something new, and go beyond mere mortal limitations.
I guess because I already got that secret. I can't re-get a secret that I've already got. Okay.
Fear activated the hell wave from somewhere inside this facility. I did hope she could rise above their influence.
She didn't. You were wrong.
Be weaker than I thought she'd be.
She did. All right, all right.
Demonic presence of unsafe level.
Ah, I got stupid there. Okay. I'm trying to get somewhere, and instead of actually getting there, I'm like getting sidetracked trying to get super shotgun combos, and it's just kind of dumb and stupid, and I shouldn't do that. I should just get where I want to go.
Demonic presence of unsafe level. Lockdown.
There we go. Oh, come on. There we go. Man, pinkies are way easier to deal with once you know how to actually deal with them.
Demonic presence eliminated. Lockdown disengaged.
If an enemy has a head, it's a weak spot. That is actually like so. There's a lot of really subtle strategies to the game actually, in that shooting things in the center of mass is not invalid.
It was Samuel. He led them to his tomb. Please, we can overcome this. I promise. The gate will be opened as planned.
Oh, that's okay. That's not bad. We can do better. We can do better. We can definitely do better than that. Ah, game over. Did I do better? What was that? Okay, 2.3 million? 2.3 million. Alright, alright. See if we can beat 2.3 million. Oh, you've got a fixed number of moves. Okay, down. I had 2.3. Oh, it just kind of keeps going up. It doesn't really matter. So if you want to maximize, looks like barrels are definitely the way to go. We got 3 moves left. Okay. And 1 move. I think weak last move. $2.1? Wait. So, yeah. There's apparently a couple couple arcade games hidden throughout the game. This one, I'm trying to remember what the other one was that my friends told me about, that they had found a couple, or they had each found different ones, and I don't remember what the other one was. You know what? Just listen. Like the music for Doom 1 was actually pretty good. Like really. So I remember reading a post-mortem that like John Carmack and John Romero did on Doom 2, specifically related to like the mechanics of it. In particular, like weapon balance was one of the main things that they wound up talking about, and how in a lot of ways with Doom 2 they just kind of got lucky that, you know, people had already in game spaces started talking about talking about mechanical balance and you know, statistical curves and all of the other stuff that is kind of par for the course in discussing when you're talking about, particularly when you're talking about a first-person shooter these days. But that was still really new at the time, and with Doom 2 they just kind of lucked out in getting everything right. That, like, the damage curves, the ammo capacity, the fire rates, and all of that, like it was all entered into like spreadsheets and whatnot. But the particulars of it, they managed to nail the sweet spot that wound up making it really good for you know, the kind of multiplayer, like the deathmatch setup that they, or the deathmatch environment that wound up really making Doom 2 more than just, hey, another game, more than just a sequel to Doom, and all that. So arcade mode I haven't touched yet, and I have no idea what arcade mode is. So let's just click on one of these and do it. Okay. So arcade mode, boost your score multiplier. Dealing damage increases your score multiplier and taking damage reduces it. Earn medals for stylish kills. Shoot the mines, kill enemies, and launch a relic item. Grab the relic once it launches. Bonus score decays over time. Pick it up fast. Items are always picked up. Picking up items extends your multiplier. Try to use them strategically. Find Doom guys to gain extra life and a score bonus. All right. It's all right.
3, 2, 1, go.
Metal overload. Oh yeah. Mid-air kill. Maximum multiplier. Yeah. 32 time. Oh man. Oh, I need something to shoot. No, that's not the way. Crap. Doom guy. Oh man, this is actually really intense. Where to go? Where to go? Where's all that ammo? There we go. It's not letting me through. There we go.
Welcome to the UAC.
Oh man, that's actually like time spent at 1692 to almost 3 minutes. 41 armoritis picked up. Huh. Huh. I like that. Stunned kill, direct hit kill, headshots.
Someone in the comments just asked, what does death of the author mean? And now people are discussing what death of the author
Well, so I'm sure people have already covered this, but oh dang it, I was going to make a really witty comment about the author of Death of the Author, and then my mind just went completely and utterly blank. French dude in the 50s writes an essay called La Mort la Mort de l'auteur. My French is so terrible. So, right, okay. All right, now I remember. As the French philosopher Roland Barthes, Roland Barthes, Roland Barthes wrote an essay called "The Death of the Author," where he specifically talked about the example that he used was, and there's a bit of so there's. I got to explain the pun in the name of the essay. So the essay is called "The Death of the Author," but it's "La Morte de l'Auteur," but it's a pun on a classic compilation of Arthurian legends called "The Death of Arthur," which in French is "La Mort de Auteur." So in French, it's just this tiny little verbal difference between the two titles, and so
You should be reading all the digs at your bad French, by the way.
yes, oh yes, oh yes. I'm playing it up a little at the moment. Only a little, only a teeny tiny bit. It's actually this bad. But so he was, because the main example that he was using was this collection of Arthurian legends called the Death of Arthur, that was written over the course of a couple hundred years, because it was really like a whole bunch of different authors who had all written these stories, but then the stories had gone into folklore and had been written and rewritten, and then one dude whose name suddenly escapes me, he went and compiled them all and actually wrote, and this is the core of it, he wrote The Death of Arthur. And so he's credited Mallory. Sir Thomas Mallory. So Sir Thomas Mallory compiles all of these and writes the Death of Arthur, and it becomes this question of like, well, who is the author of the Death of Arthur? Because there's really like 30 authors, or 40, or 100, or thousands, because of the way that these stories were actually constructed and propagated before they ever got to Mallory. So that is used as the example in what Barthes argues is a cause for the obliteration of the author as a singular individual. That the author should be relegated to, and I'm trying to remember the exact term that he used, it was the author god. That you should not think about the author, the person, but you should consider the author god.
Hey, people are slagging Alberta.
It kind of sucks. Alberta's a nice place. I like it here, but we're on the verge of a hardcore right-wing revolution, and it's kind of... It causes me a lot of anxiety, and Laura's tired of hearing about it. Anyway, so I've covered this in various ways in videos, but the idea of the author, or the author not as an individual, but the author as a concept. So when we talk about like the author of a video game, well, there isn't one, in the singular, in the same way that there is, hey, here's a short story that I sat down and wrote beginning to end. It's like, all right, well, you're the author of that, but is there an author for a video game? And it's like, well, yes and no. I mean, kind of no, not really. Or there's actually hundreds or dozens or hundreds of authors of a video game. However, within a critical context, it can still be helpful to think about the author as a nebulous thing, that you can sort of look at a text and reverse engineer a hypothetical author, singular, who you can then ascribe values and motives and intentions to. And I want to go back to the arcade menu, because I want to try one of these later. I just did Lazarus Labs. you know, let's try Advanced Research Complex on arcade mode. Because this should... I should have access to a whole bunch of, like, awesome weapons. Rather than just running around with a shotgun. Okay. Loadout. Yeah. Okay, so we're gonna go explosive shot. That's just got everything. That's got everything. We're gonna go with mobile turret. Let's leave that at heat blast. This we definitely want siege mode. Lock on just in case, and we don't need to worry about that. Okay.
3, 2, 1, go.
Alright. Main Cubus right around the corner. Come on.
Presence at unsafe levels. Lockdown in effect. Demonic presence eliminated. Lockdown disengaged.
Wait, it disengaged, but it's not letting me... Oh, because I did need to get that one guy. Okay. Well, I am losing time.
The most renowned member of the UAC, Odin Dalton, says to assimilate the UAC core belief, a world of power.
We are not advancing enough Akamai. Nothing without believers. We cannot conduct our work without them.
Demonic presence at unsafe levels. Lockdown in effect.
I need to go all the way up there to get that guy? That's obnoxious.
Some people have been asking, what sort of things would you like to see in the next Doom?
Wait, where did the guy go? He jumped down to... Dude, my score. This guy doesn't care about my score.
Demonic presence eliminated. Lockdown disengaged.
Wait, do you then need to... Okay. Alright, I was about to ask, do you need to sit through Sam talking about all of the stuff that only he cares about? And it's like, no one cares, Sam. No, no. Stuck on terrain.
Demonic presence at unsafe level. Lockdown in effect.
Still won't open? What did I miss?
Demonic presence eliminated. Lockdown disengaged. Security clearance required.
This bastion of advanced thoughts attracts the brightest minds in the scientific community.
Wrong way. Acquire the torso.
Several breakthrough fields, including BFG development, teleportation research.
This is kind of...
Granted. Hello, Dr. Peters. Biometric mismatch detected. Screening. Unauthorized personnel confirmed. Expulsion commences in 5, 4, 3, 2, 1.
See, now you got this section where you... I mean, you get the relic, but then you just gotta kind of sit here and watch your, watch your thing go down. Okay, I did not know you actually needed to get enough of them. I've always gotten enough, so I got kind of lazy that time. Alright, let's BFG this room.
All personnel, please proceed to the Lazarus elevator.
Maximum multiplier.
Come on. Oh, I just gotta sit here and watch my score die.
Mental overload.
Remote presence at unsafe levels. Lockdown in effect.
Gold relic bonus.
Maximum multiplier. Maximum multiplier. Maximum multiplier. Maximum multiplier.
Demonic presence eliminated. Lockdown disengaged. Alert.
Only kind of though.
Service elevator now only. Demonic presence at unsafe level. Lockdown ended.
Maximum multiplier. Maximum multiplier. Maximum multiplier.
Demonic presence eliminated. Lockdown disengaged.
Amy was clawing at wires at your feet, so I removed her.
Oh,
and
shoot.
Pulled some little speaker over there. She was looking for plug phone. I'm gonna turn in. I will take her upstairs because she's really active right now.
Oh, there we go. All right. That was actually a lot of fun. Okay, so the arcade mode is really kind of cognitively intense. Like there's a lot of focus. There's a lot of focus that that it demands, and it looks like I can pretty easily, solidly do silver. And I don't know. I only need another 100,000 for gold. I think I could get that, but I'm not gonna worry about that right now. I think we've had a good bit of fun. It's 11:30, and so we'll leave Doom there for now. Maybe do a bit of I don't know. Do we want to talk about more Barths? Actually, so I bet that Doom 2016 would probably be okay-ish in VR. Assuming that you can handle VR in the first place, I think Doom would be kind of okay in VR because it does have the proper field of view adjustments and whatnot. But that said, like the speed of it, undoubtedly, like it's going to be sort of pushing the limits of kind of what VR would really be. If you're on the edge about VR, Doom would be a no-go. But I don't. It's difficult to sort of explain myself why. Because VR's weird. There's an episode. There's a script that I've got a fragment of that I've been working on for like almost a year now. That's all about VR and the gutter, like the concept of the gutter and of presence, and the fact that virtual reality is proprioceptively far more intense than any other media because there is no gutter, there is no space between audience and experience. So right now, like let's say even if you have a giant ass like 32-inch screen, like let's say you've got a 32-inch screen sitting right in front of you on your desk, and like a 32-inch 4K, and you're running Doom at 120 FPS 4K on this giant ass screen right in front of you. That's pretty intense, and it's taking up a significant amount of your field of vision. But at the end of the day, there will always be that space, that awareness space between your body and the screen. There will always be something at the edge of your periphery, no matter how big you make the screen. You know, your peripheral vision goes all the way like out to almost 180 degrees. It's like your field of vision in absolute terms is like 170 degrees, 175 degrees. Now, granted, the detail that you can see way out at the edges here is like nothing. Like, it's basically just motion, but there is an awareness there. And even just that little bit of, it's like, okay, there is world out here. There is world down here. I can see my hands. I can see my keyboard, even if they are not in high definition because they're at the edges of my vision. They're still there. They still exist. And virtual reality takes that space and eliminates it. Even when virtual reality is fairly low res, the increase in intensity by losing your body is so different that even fairly minor things in VR end up being just that much more intense. And now the main challenge in telling people about this or in is that it's really hard to demonstrate without putting a headset on someone's head and just being like, okay, check this out. We'll talk about it afterwards. Like, we'll have a debriefing when this is done. And so the space of talking critically about virtual reality feels so abstract right now, because even when you do a good job at explaining it, it's only explicable to people who are essentially already kind of familiar with it. So you're really going in and you're telling someone like, okay, what you have just experienced, here's what's going on there. And yeah, so it really does need a dimension of personal experience before it's really useful to put words to all of this. But yeah, I mean, so for those of you who are familiar with VR, or those of you who can at least visualize the experience, like it is the loss of the body, the loss of the edges, the loss of the gutter, of the distancing space between self and screen, between person and page, that no other, and this is a thing that no other medium shares. So it's really quite, it's special. It's different. And actually, wait, I just remembered that I was supposed to respond to someone about having a sit down this weekend about virtual reality, particularly VR video, because so now here's the thing. Here's the other part. Here's the other part. So I'm going to give you a preview. Here's the other part of the video, is that when we say virtual reality, we're really talking about a whole cluster of different things. So you'll hear people talking. It's like, oh yeah, we're doing a VR project. And now in this stream, because we were just playing Doom, we all sort of understand that it's like that VR, what we're talking about is game, and a directly interactive experience. But there's a bunch of different related media that all use shared technology, but they interact with it in very different ways. So you have, you're using the VR headset, but VR video, stereoscopic VR video, monoscopic VR video, spherical video, is a very different experience and has very different characteristics and uses and engagement profile than a VR game. And but people, they just use VR as the terminology, when really VR is the technology. Or I shouldn't even say VR is the technology. The headset is the technology, and really we're talking about. So when we talk about VR, we really mean the headset. So it'd be in the same way that we talk about, like, oh, it's a television thing. That it's like, because it goes on a television, but in the same time, like, a console game goes on a television, and that's vastly different than a VHS cassette. And all of this stuff kind of, it's like it becomes very challenging to talk about, because it's like, well, what do you mean? For me in particular, looking at the way that they interact, looking at the way that the differences in what people are willing to tolerate and what they engage with and why and how differently between spherical video and virtual reality games, to me, I find that just to be like immensely fascinating, because so here's one of the major challenges with spherical video, is that spherical video is really, people can really only seem to tolerate it for short periods of time. So it's good for it's good for sort of short news segments, short documentaries, walkthroughs, limited experiences like a roller coaster. Something you're looking at about 5 to 8 minutes as kind of the ceiling on what people will tolerate, at least at the moment, because people aren't used to it. And this will probably change in the same way that, the pace of editing today is much different than it was even back in 1980, purely because audiences have, since the invention of cinema, audiences have become more and more and more and more and more used to the language of the medium, and so you can push it farther and people don't get lost because they speak it. They speak the language, and so they're able to keep up. And so right now, there's almost no one who's actually fluent in the experiential language of wearing a virtual reality headset. And so the things that they're willing to tolerate, the things that they can tolerate, are much more limited. And so in spherical video, because you lose your body and you lose your ability to control the world around you in any way other than pivoting around a point. You can't even lean forward or lean back and have it feel like that. You can look up, you can look down, you can look left, right, like you can look around, but you can basically, you become a pole with a head on top of it. And nothing, nothing else can do anything to the world. If you want to lean forward and look over something, you can't. And so that loss of the body gets worse over time. Like it has a compounding impact on the psyche over time. And so about 8 minutes right now is the limit to sort of what people are willing to tolerate. And you need to cut quite slowly. You need to be very judicious with your cuts. They need to and you really need to limit how much you're expecting people to turn in terms of where you want to show them stuff. And the major challenge there is, if you're thinking about it, okay, a 5 to 8 minute engagement length, who's gonna take a 3-pound, actually I think fully loaded 4-pound VR headset with a wad of cables that big around coming out of the back of it? If you've seen the Vive, if you've actually seen the Vive and the Oculus in action, they've got this fat umbilical coming out of the back of them that's as thick as a loony, or as big around as a loony, this big old umbilical coming out of the back of it. They're bulky, they're awkward, and it's who wants to go through the effort of getting that on to watch a 5-minute mini doc about, water protests? And it's well, no one. The complexity and the barriers inherent to the technology, that it's okay, it's big, it's bulky, it's awkward, so you don't just want to throw it on. That is in direct conflict with the duration for which people are willing to tolerate the content. So the challenge there is okay, well then how do you deliver, if spherical video is really only tolerable to people in short bursts, but the technology is so bulky that people only kind of want to go through that effort for either one-off sort of specialty things, like if it's an installation in a museum, or if it's a demonstration at a trade show or whatever, at a convention. Like, it's like, okay, that's kind of a special engagement, and people are willing to then go through the inconvenience in that context. But if people are unwilling to go through that inconvenience in their own homes, if they're not going to go through that inconvenience just to watch a 5-minute YouTube video, then what? And now here's the thing. Here's the thing, is that the answer is phones. So now this is the funny bit, is that the future of VR is the cardboard. Now, I'm not saying that it specifically is Google Cardboard, but in concept it is the cardboard. There's a bunch of devices similar to this that are all out or coming out. This one just happens to be, free if you can get your hands on one. But so you got your phone, you got your viewing device, and you put your phone into your viewing device, and you close it up, and then you take it and you stick it to your face. And now this is not necessarily a thing that you want to be doing for very long, because this is kind of weird and kind of awkward and feels kind of dumb. Hey, what do we have? What content do we have that people really only want to engage with for a couple minutes at a time? Now, the great thing about it is that you've got all of these phones that are coming out, and they already have accelerometers. They already have basically all of the technology built into them in order to do a rough, head tracking kind of thing. And so that marriage right there between a fairly inexpensive headset, and you can get, like, I think the Samsung one is like $80 or $100. But it only works with Samsung phones. It works okay. And you can get other cheaper ones, like Viewmaster makes one that's about $30. It's plastic. It's fairly it's fairly lightweight. It's more comfortable than the cardboard and takes more phones. You do need a bigger phone, but the thing is that so many people already have these. Like, it's already a device that you own. It's an expensive device, but you already own it. And so really you're just looking that on top of that, you're adding, the cost of a relatively inexpensive headset, that it's like, okay, even if you go for the Samsung one, which is, like $100, the Rift is like 600, starts at like 600. It's 800 Canadian. The Vive is $1,200 Canadian. And yeah, so that's so that right there is going to be kind of the thing that I think is ultimately going to slowly, very slowly, break people into the language of spherical video. And yeah, it's a complex situation right now, and there's a lot of other sort of weird technical problems. Like, so spherical video looks like just utter ass at anything below 4K. The resolution limitations of it are astounding, and that creates a very distinct problem again into our overall content delivery pipeline, where we're talking about, all right, the best way of kind of getting people used to this, and yes, that's a SpongeBob sticker on the back of my phone, the best way of kind of getting people used to this is phones, and that means streaming. That potentially means cellular streaming. And however, in order for the content to even be kind of like tolerable, or to actually feel good and not feel like it's just a tech test, you need 4K video. Yeah. Oh, that's actually, I should actually say that part of the reason why this setup right here actually also works is because of that resolution limitation, that for a lot of semantic reasons, it is you're a lot more tolerant of low quality, low resolution stuff when it's presented to you in a context where you would expect that. And if you're putting your phone into a chunk of cardboard with some plastic into it, and the end product looks kind of okay, but not stellar, you know, if it's kind of low res and kind of blocky, and there's a lot of, you know, compression artifacts, whatever, you know, you've got all of this as part of the experience that's telling you, like, hey, don't take this super seriously. And that can, you know, somatic reasons, not Semitic reasons, somatic reasons. It changes your expectations and makes you a lot more tolerant of the of flaws in the end product. I mean, and that kind of goes for mobile in a lot of ways too. That it's like, I mean, even in gaming, people are saying that, like, that's really going to be kind of the thing that's going to break it through, is because it's like, hey, if you're playing an iPhone game, like if you're playing a mobile, like a mobile FPS, the fact that it's going to look like GoldenEye is just kind of expected. It's like, hey, it's on your phone. What do you expect? It's not gonna look like Doom. It's gonna look like the old Doom. It's gonna look like the older Dooms and not the newer Dooms. And yeah, so that it changes your expectations of how you're going to engage with it. So needing 4K video, on the technical level, the reason why that is so if you think about it, so you're trying to cover a 360 by 360 degree field of view, and if you take 1080, well, standard HD video is 1080, like 1920 by 1080, so it's 1980 pixels wide, 1080 tall. Now the thing is that actually spherical video is a direct 2:1 ratio, so it's actually 1920 by 870, 880. 860, my brain math is not so great at the moment, so I'm just going to do it. 960. So 1920 by 960 would be your HD spherical video. So you've got basically 2000 pixels in order to cover 360 lateral degrees of viewing. And so each degree of the arc only has about five pixels to it. So your actual forward view, and now in VR, your angle of view is actually, for spherical video, your angle of view is pretty limited. It's only about 30 degrees. No, maybe a bit. No, not 30 degrees. It's about 70 degrees. 60, 70 degrees. It's about 70 degrees. And so 70 degrees at 5 1/3 pixels per degree, like, you're only seeing about 370 and change pixels. So your forward arc resolution is worse than SD. It's worse than an SD television. And so the actual picture quality in front of you is bad, even if it's a good quality, like a good quality flat image. looks awful once you've stretched it out to a 360-degree viewable arc. And so in order to actually get it, pretty good, like, so that if you want to be able to see, like, let's say you actually expand it so that it's like 90 degrees, if you want to see 1080 at 90 degrees, then so 1920 times, you need a lateral. Here you go. In order for every view to have the quality of HD video, you need a lateral resolution of 7,680. You need 8K. You need an 8K resolution, just under 8K resolution, in order to get things actually looking, to get any angle, like any given view to look as good as 1080 video, 1080 video. So that's what we're talking about when it's like, okay, well, how do you get spherical video to look good? It's like, well, what can your computer put out? And so 4K, like, this is what I mean when I say 4K, is basically the starting point of where it actually looks kind of, tolerable. Like, it actually starts to look okay and doesn't look like a tech demo. Is that it's like, all right, 4K is still half that. 4K means that it's like, all right, what is... Oh, what was it? I was just going to do time. 960. It ends up being 960, so it's still worse than 720 video. So even 4K, any given field of view is still worse than 720 HD. So like the bottom metric for HD video. So it's like, all right, but I mean, if you think about it, like 720, most of you right now are probably actually, even though the stream is 1080, most of you, based on the metrics that I've been looking at, most of you are only watching it at 720. And, but you think about it, 720 is really only taking up about, it's a okay chunk of your screen, but when it's your entire field of vision, yeah. So really we're halfway there. Yeah, we're halfway there. And this kind of tech nonsense, this kind of jibber jabber is what I spend an awful lot of my time talking about in my day jobish stuff. And whenever I go to conventions, like all of my time at PAX last year, like almost all of my time at PAX last year was spent talking with like dudes from Google about like, hey, so let's talk about delivering spherical video. Also, and I haven't even gotten into talking about the distance between the body and the virtual sphere that the video is projected on the inside of. Yeah. So I can already feel my brain just kind of going haywire and turning into absolute heated mush. I've been talking way too fast and thinking way too hard and doing too much math after doing too much Doom and not sleeping well. So I think at this point I'm going to actually for real wrap it up rather than going on another 15-minute rant about the resolution limitations of spherical video. Actually, so no, I'm not going to sign off because all of that stuff that I was talking about with resolution, that applies just as much to games as it does to spherical video. Now, spherical video is a little bit more demanding because of the uncanny valley, because you are trying to present something photorealistic, whereas video games, as we were talking about with the fact that it's like something can look like GoldenEye, that you can use cartooning in order to temper the audience's expectations of closure. So you're asking a little bit more for them to initially achieve closure, but then it's easier to maintain over time because things don't, you can suspend your disbelief because it's like, oh, that is just kind of a symbolic representation of a person, and you don't need it to look like a person. But for high-end games, you do still have to deal with that limitation, that the less cartooned something is, the more it's trying to actually look and feel like a real space, while you have that same resolution image. Also, with the added complexity of the fact that the vast majority of games, like virtual reality games, essentially need to be in 3D in order for people to really go with it. Now, they do also have the added. There are differences because if we want to get into the nitty-gritty tech details, then we're also talking about the fact that a video game is a rendered space and not a projected space. So because of that, you're not really dealing with the limitations of the projection sphere, and so you're not really creating. You don't need to create an 8K sphere around the player, but you are still dealing with that limitation of like, okay, you're trying to catch any given field of view, and so you need a 1920. You actually want a little bit more. Like, really, if we're honest with ourselves, you want to push a little bit past. So you want 2K per eye in order to give you a little bit of overscan, and actually so that you can start to fill in the periphery. So 2K per eye, 60 FPS per eye. It's really demanding. I mean, that's why these headsets, like, that's why it all costs so much, and that's why, like, the hardware to run it is so much. Like, it's surprisingly demanding, and it's like you can tone it down, but you got to tone it down in the right ways, and you got to change the way that the participant, that the audience is interacting with it, so that they change their expectations of what they're going to get out of it. And this is why it kind of comes back to, it's like, hey, it's going to be mobile. It's going to be phones. It's going to be short experiences, and that's how people are going to get used to it. And yeah. So how does Uncanny Valley apply to resolution? Okay, so it's sort of a misapplication of the term. The problem is that there isn't a term that I have found. I haven't found a term to properly describe a disconnect between the audience's expectations of what a visual field should look like and what is actually being delivered. So the reason why I say Uncanny Valley, the reason why I'm using it in this context is because we're ultimately talking. So the Uncanny Valley is a quirk of the process of closure where, something, the closer something looks to human, the easier it is for you to achieve closure while looking at it, until it reaches a point where it is so near to human but not quite there that the disagreement between perception and expectation creates a sharp downturn in the ability to achieve closure, because something enters a stage of unreality. And we apply that specifically to human faces. And the reason we apply it specifically to human faces is because that's where it was first observed, is that, hey, if you create like a latex human face, and the closer and closer it gets to human, the more and more human, it's like, hey, it looks really, really human. And then you hit a point where it's, also 3D graphics. And you hit a point where it's like, hey, it's not behaving right. The skin isn't moving and folding right. And it's not reacting to light properly, and it's not, the way that the subtle textures change in skin as you're watching someone, the blood flow and the capillary action and pores and just all of the little things about skin and mouths and eyes aren't behaving right, and they're not timed with each other right, and they're just doing something. And that's where we first noticed it, was in that context. But if you separate it from the human face and you're just looking at the abstract process, psychological process of achieving closure, that valley kind of always exists. It's just that the less alive something is, the more resistant it is to it. That a not quite photorealistic brick doesn't bother us because it's just a brick and we don't care. Whereas a not quite photorealistic face bugs us a lot. So the reason why I'm using it in this context is because when you're taking it and you're putting it into a motion space, like when it's not just a not quite photorealistic brick, when it's an environment that is just off in some way, that is just not quite there, when it's like trying to be photorealistic but the resolution is kind of crap, and it becomes harder to actually properly engage with it. And we don't have a term that distinguishes that from the specific phenomenon related to faces. So that's why I used it in this context. The jargon just doesn't exist yet. This is all so new. No, cognitive dissonance is a completely different, like, that's its own thing, and I wouldn't. That's so different a thing that I wouldn't use that term in this context. Even though if you went lowercase cognitive dissonance, it is in fact a dissonance between cognition and expectation. So if aside from the fact that that is already jargon, a dissonance between cognition and expectation is in fact what it is. So, yeah. But like I said, like, this is we're pushing boundaries, and it's really cool and exciting, and I like being involved with it. But 8K per eye at 240 hertz. Yeah, that would be... Actually, 8K per eye at 240 hertz would be overkill, because the limitation... So, the limitation of the ability to perceive resolution is attenuated by distance. So, if you're talking about the distance between yourself and a television screen, like the average viewing distance between yourself and a television screen, the limit is around 2.5K for the... I shouldn't even say for most people it's 2K. That above 2,000 pixels, like above the 2K soft standard 16:9, 2K is where people rapidly drop off in their ability to even perceive change, like progressive changes in pixel density. And there's a number of like tests that have been done in this, where it's like, okay, so what they do, so here's what we do, here's what us like wacky video technicians do in order to like demonstrate this kind of stuff. So you have an image that is, the maximum resolution of whatever your output system can do. So the first time I heard of this test, so it was a 4K, it was a projector, like it was a cinema projector. So it was a 4K cinema projector. And so what you do is you start off with a grid that is black and white squares. So so it's just black and white squares. So you basically split it into just quadrants, giant, black square, white square, white square, black square, checkerboard pattern. And then every couple of seconds, or every second or so, the resolution of the squares of the checkerboard pattern cuts in, doubles. So cuts in half, basically, the thing. So it's it doubles every time. It goes in half every time. And then, or you can do it a little bit more gradually. But so basically the thing is so you're watching it, and you're watching the checkerboard pattern get smaller and smaller and smaller and smaller. And the question is, at what point does it cognitively stop being a checkerboard pattern and simply become a field of gray. And you test this with different people, and now different people have different limitations. So this is the same thing with the frame rate debate of like what frame rate can you actually like see the difference in. And it comes down to like a significant amount of it comes down to training. Like people who are used to looking at this stuff obviously notice it. So like fighter pilots who are trained to have super fast visual reactions can see differences at like, 240 FPS. Whereas the average person, it's a little bit closer to like 60, 50, 30 for a lot of people. For a lot of people, it's 30, 30, 40. Yeah. And so that's where you get into all of these debates about temporal perception of resolution. But in this case, so it's like, so the physical watching it actually, like the resolution actually increase, and what point does it turn into a gray field? For a lot of people, it's actually around 2K. Trained people, up to 3K. Almost no one actually gets up to 4K resolution at a comfortable viewing distance and can still see anything other than a field of gray. And above that, like if you wanted to go up to 8K, like no, like it just stops. Like your body eventually physically hits a limit where it can even perceive the difference in increases in resolution. And yeah. So 8K per eye would be overkill. Oh, but that's, of course, attenuated by viewing distance, because obviously if you get closer to the screen, so even though you're watching a giant cinema screen at a comfortable viewing distance, it just looks like a giant field of gray. If you then, of course, walk all the way up to the screen, you can see that it is, in fact, still a checkerboard pattern. It's a 1 pixel by 1 pixel checkerboard pattern, but you're right up against the screen. So, yeah. Yeah. All right, my brain's melting. So I'm gonna thing, and that thing is going to be end of the stream and call it there. Thanks everybody for coming and hanging out. I'm glad we could have some great discussions about perception and the death of the author and kitty cats and Roland Barthes, and I'm trying to remember one of the other things that we actually stopped to have a discussion about, but I can't remember it anymore, so I'm just going to end it there for real and for actually. Thanks everybody, have a good night.